but I was born in upstate
Well, I
New
was,
York, and it was 28 below the day I was born.
yeah. Well, I was born in Chicago, but I learned to drive in Wisconsin on ice on I-94. So, you figure it out really fast and you understand that you can't stop on ice on a dime. But some people don't know that.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. It is now 3 o'clock and we are live streaming. Mayor, when you are ready, we can certainly get started.
Wonderful. Thank you. Welcome, everyone, to our first all virtual meeting in quite a while. Okay, so I would like to call this meeting to order. Today is January 17th, 2023. I'd like to provide notice that the City Council has the ability to recess into executive session for legal advice if needed. City Clerk, can we please have roll?
Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Vice Mayor Aslan.
Present.
Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember House.
Here.
Councilmember Matthews.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here. All right, thank you. Councilmember Sweet, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I would be honored. Please stand if able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Sorry, let me get my mic. Oh, wait, someone's mic. Sorry.
Councilmember Sweet, you are muted.
Thank you, sorry. I'm going to start over. There was an echo on my end. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And my apologies, I had my microphone on in the very beginning, so I probably threw you off.
Sorry about that.
Councilmember McCarthy, would you please give us the city's mission statement?
Councilmember McCarthy. You're muted.
Welcome back to virtual, everyone.
Yeah, I unmuted it, but then it remuted itself. Okay. Just as I said before, the mission of the city of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. And Councilmember Harris, would you give us the land acknowledgement, please?
The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands still inhabited by native descendants border mountains sacred to the indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public participants?
Mayor, I do not have anybody at this time.
Great, so we will move down to number 5, council liaison reports. Let's start with Vice Mayor Aslan.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor. This week, I had the pleasure and privilege of attending the Tourism Commission annual retreat, where various department ideas were discussed, various budgets were raised. It was a wonderful opportunity to meet the commissioners and get a feel for the group. We spent half a day talking about all that Discover Flagstaff does and all the various things that the Tourism Commission touches upon. And I'm looking forward to the presentation that is coming before the budget process eventually, in which they will be coming forth with some new ideas of how to utilize the expenditures that are afforded to them. I believe very strongly that all the monies that go into tourism comes back to Flagstaff in terms of return on investment with many dividends. So it's going to be an interesting conversation, and just really grateful to be a part of the Tourism Commission and looking forward to doing more of that over the next couple of years. Looking at my calendar here, I did want to touch upon a couple of other things. See, so the Metro Plan Board meeting was Thursday afternoon. That was right after our last council liaison reports, so I'm not sure that has been touched upon in the past week. And I'm going to let Councilmember McCarthy touch upon that more. But one thing I did want to touch bases on with the Coconino Plateau Water Advisory Partnership is the Rural Groundwater Working Group that we have going. There's been a lot of interesting movement very rapidly here in this new session. We have a new governor and a new legislature, and some interesting things are coming up in terms of how we manage our rural groundwater and the challenges that are associated with that. I'm not going to get too deep into the policy on it. First of all, I'd get myself into trouble very quickly. And also there's going to be more appropriate time for us to do that, hopefully on the agenda here in the next couple of weeks, because I think it's important for council to weigh in on a couple pieces of legislation that will be becoming before the state with respect to rural groundwater conservation. So stay tuned on that. And Madam Mayor, I think I'll leave it there. I think that's plenty to digest for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. How about Councilmember Harris?
I have not had an opportunity to attend any of the committees that I've been assigned to. So we'll just wait until I get to attend one and I'll have a report at that time.
Thank you. Councilmember House?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have anything this evening. CODA is coming up tomorrow and the Housing Commission is next week. So I will bring back a report after both of those meet. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matthews?
Thank you, Mayor. Last week, I did have a virtual first-time meeting with the Indigenous Commission, and it was mainly just introductions and identify that we do have 2 open seats now. So we're seeking to fill those vacancies. And then I met separately with Rose Tohi just to get up to speed on what the commission's been focusing on, what their priorities are. And we shared some great ideas, and it was a great first meeting. Tomorrow is my first transportation with NAPTA Mountain Line, and I'm looking forward to that meeting as well.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. As Mr. Aslan pointed out, we had a Metro Plan meeting on January 5th, and I did attend that, and there wasn't a lot of earth-shattering business. It's mostly reports and things like that. I will note that the February meeting has been canceled due to a conflict, I believe, with a council meeting that's a retreat or something. But anyway, so the February meeting has been canceled, so the March meeting will be a long one. What else? I would also like to apologize. I missed the e-session we had last week. I was traveling and I went up to Seattle on personal business, and I didn't check my emails late in that Thursday evening, so I missed. Anyway, I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. Last week, VPAC met and we went over the 5-year plan. There's a lot of great projects in the works. It was very exciting to hear what you all will be seeing soon. And a friendly reminder that we are looking for artists to submit applicants for the Traffic Cabinet Art Wrap Initiative. And you can go to flagstaff.az.gov for more information. The deadline is February 1st on that. And let's see, tomorrow I'll be attending the Mountain Lion Board meeting, and Thursday there is a Water Commission meeting at 4 o'clock that I will not be attending because of our retreat. So that's all I have. Thank you.
I attended the ECONA board meeting, Economic Collaborative of Northern Arizona, and also as the alternate with Councilmember Matthews on the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. So I know that we're going to have more of these meetings coming up. We've had a lot of other things happening where we haven't been able to attend all of them, but I look forward to getting to all of them. So thank you. All right, moving along. Before we go to item number 6, I just want to call attention to items 10C and 10D on our agenda, and those will not be heard until after 7 p.m. And if we wrap up the rest of the agenda before then, we will call a recess and come back into session to finish those. But as of right now, they will not be done after 7. Until after 7. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm choking on my words here. Okay, so moving down to item number 6A, consideration of appointments. We have 3 appointments to make to the Tourism Commission. Staff, Stacy.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm Stacy Fobar, your Deputy City Clerk. Today we have 2 commissions up for appointment. The first, the Tourism Commission, has 3 seats available for appointment. There are 5 applicants for these seats. The second commission, the Planning and Zoning Commission, has 1 seat available for appointment. Council made a previous appointment at the January 3rd meeting and postponed this appointment in order to collect more applications. There are currently 4 applications available for the 1 seat. I am available for any additional questions, as are the staff liaisons for the commissions.
Thank you. Since I am first up, I would like to move that we reappoint Jennifer Grogan to the term ending 20. Hold on just a second. I'm sorry, I've got 2 laptops going here. To the term expiring January 2026.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will second that.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. Welcome back, Jennifer. And then next up, we have Councilmember McCarthy.
I thought so. I would like to nominate for a term ending January 2026, Karen Laughlin.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, that carries. Next up, we have Councilmember Harris.
Yes. I would like to nominate Michael Marquise. And sorry, Michael, if I mispronounced your name.
All right, we have a nomination. Do we have a second?
I can second
Absolutely.
that.
All right, we have a couple of seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, welcome. Welcome, Michael and Karen, and welcome back, Jennifer. And next up, we have item 6B, Planning and Zoning Commission. And this is Vice Mayor Aslan.
Yes, and I appreciate everyone's patience with the notion of holding off on this a couple weeks. P&Z is a very important commission. I felt like we needed a couple more applications in the pool to consider. We have since gotten a couple more applications. I really appreciate those who applied. I hope that you keep your applications on file and in the mix for future openings. But I am prepared at this point to nominate Ian Sharp to the term, the second term expiring in December of 2025.
Thank you, Vice.
Second
Thank you. We have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, we have our appointment. Now we are moving down to liquor license public hearings, item 7A. And I believe we have staff here to answer any questions and to make a little presentation.
Good afternoon, Council and
Madam
Mayor.
Mayor, if we could get you to open the public hearing prior to
That's
the
right.
beginning. Thank you.
Yeah, it's hard when I can't see Mr. Solomon's stink eye. So at this point, I would like to open the public hearing. And we'll have staff presentation, and if there's any citizen input, we'll take that, and then I will close the public hearing. So Officer Sapp, please go ahead.
All right, I'm back. I'm here to answer any questions you guys might have reference this. Again, I'm Sergeant Sapp. I'm here to just help you with anything. I did do an investigation on these folks, and there are any derogatory issues regarding those involved.
Thank you. And my apologies, Sergeant Sapp. Do we have any questions? Stacy, do we have any public comment?
Mayor, we do not have any public comment on this item.
All right, so then I would like to close the public hearing and take a, Sterling, is it a motion or is it just the recommendation to forward the application to the state?
Yes, it would be a motion to forward the recommendation to the state with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
Councilmember Harris, I'll move to motion to forward the application to the state with recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Councilmember House, do you want to second?
Yes, I'll second. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, and thank you, Mr. Miller. Moving on to consent items, we can take all of these as one motion unless a council member would like to pull out A, B, or C.
Mayor, not hearing anyone wanting to pull, I will move that we approve all of the consent items. That's items 8A, B, and C.
And I'll second.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy and Councilmember Sweet. Do we have any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? All right, hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. Now we are down to routine items. Item number 9A, consideration of approval of a grant agreement. And I believe that we have a presentation from staff.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. I just pulled up some slides, so hopefully you can see those. Let me see if I can get it in a better presentation mode here for you. There we go. Okay, I'm Robert Wallace. I'm with the Open Space Program for the City of Flagstaff, and it's really great to be here this evening to share some good news with you. I'm here today seeking the approval of a grant agreement with the state of Arizona, the Department of Forestry and Fire Management. This grant will enable us to accept funds to complete invasive plant mitigation and restoration work in the Observatory Mesa Natural Area. Before I get into the grant specifics, I thought it might be nice to let you know that after completing a standard recruitment, the Open Space team is now a permanent team of 2. My role is the Open Space Supervisor, and the Open Space Coordinator position, Miss Sylvia Struess, was recently hired to fill that position, and she started on the 9th of January. We're really excited to have her on board. We also are in the final steps of hiring a 1-year temporary grant-funded position that will focus on environmental STEAM education for Flagstaff's youth. This position will provide opportunities for underprivileged youth in the form of educational field trips to our city's open space properties. Miss Sarah Holditch, who was selected for the position, is scheduled to start work on January 23rd, and we are looking forward to welcoming her as part of Team Flagstaff. These additions in staff come at a great time because we have a lot to do as we move into the new year. One of our new projects, with your approval, is the implementation of this invasive plant grant for Observatory Mesa. The Open Space Program manages 3,000 acres of open space. The Observatory Mesa Natural Area is the largest regional preserve at 2,200 acres. And last year, we worked with Mariposa Ecological and Botanical Consulting to complete a thorough invasive weed survey of the property. And it's that survey that has enabled us to apply and qualify for the state's invasive plant grant program. The general location there that you can see in the map is just to the west of Thorpe Park, the 4 parcels there that make up the Observatory Mesa. And each of the different colors, green, blue, and other colored polygons, represent the weed infestations that were mapped throughout the preserve. So I'll pause here just for a second because I hope to prevent any confusion by sharing that this grant agreement is part 1 of a 2-part project. This agreement is a state grant that will fund part 1 of the project at $108,260. And the second portion of the project will be funded by a bipartisan infrastructure law federal funds with an additional $11,500. In this second federal grant agreement that I speak of will likely be brought to council in February or early March for your review. Okay, so what will this state grant achieve? It focuses on the 2 adjoining locations, Observatory Mesa and then Thorpe Park, which is right next door, mitigating weeds for approximately 74 acres for a 2-year period. Treatment will include Scotch thistle, bull thistle, musk thistle, diffuse knapweed, field bindweed, as well as some others. It will also look at revegetating 31 acres with native species, including blue grama, squirreltail, Arizona fescue, and mutton grass, among other native species. It will partner with neighboring land managers from the Forest Service and Lowell Observatory, and it will recruit volunteers for maintaining weeds and for monitoring as well. It'll also complete community education in the form of weed workshops that will be available for the public. What is the city agreeing to? We are responsible for completing the signed grant agreement that has been provided for your review. We will contribute $11,260 for a match. This includes an open space base budget allocation of $2,500 in-kind cash match and a volunteer time in-kind match of $8,760 that our program will organize. This will bring the total project cost of the part one to $108,260. We will submit a detailed status quarterly reports throughout the grant period, and we will submit the project deliverables as well. Acceptance supports city goals. It helps us maintain and expand service levels for the open space. It does support our section goals, maintaining and restoring and enhancing our natural ecosystem, protecting diverse, healthy wildlife populations, maintaining and developing partnerships, providing community educational opportunities, and securing funds through grants. We also believe that it supports all 7 of the PBB priorities, and it contributes to carbon neutrality plan strategies as well. The 2 options that I have for you this evening is to approve the grant agreement with the Department of Forestry and Fire Management in the amount of $97,000 with a city match of $11,260 to support the management of the Observatory Mesa Natural Area. Or option 2, to not approve, thus declining the grant funds. I appreciate your attention and interest. In summary, this grant agreement is the part 1 of the part 2 project, and I hope that to be back here in front of you in February to inform you about that second successful grant agreement. Thanks again, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. And we don't have any public commenters, so I'll go straight into questions and comments from council members. I see that Councilmember House has a comment and a motion when appropriate.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Robert, for the presentation. This is really exciting. Just getting to work with the Open Spaces Commission for the past couple of months. I know that this is really advancing some good work that group has been working on, and definitely advancing some major initiatives for the city in terms of preserving open space, but also in terms of touching on some of our other priorities as well. So I will leave my comments at that. I would like to make a motion, but I see that there may be other comments or questions, so I will hold for those. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember House. Councilmember Harris has a question.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to know, is there any particular reason why you identified underprivileged students to take field trips to this particular space and not just students in general?
We have an educational goal and program that's part of our mission called the Indigenous Youth STEM Academy. And it was first initiated to work with Indigenous youth to get them interested in the outdoors and particularly interested in learning about STEAM type careers. So it's a continuation of that educational programming that we'll be working on.
So then are you just identifying Indigenous youth, or are you identifying any underprivileged, any student that fits that underprivileged category, however you're defining that?
The work includes underprivileged with a focus on Indigenous youth. But we will be working with specific schools that are Title I schools with the temporary 1-year position. That's what you're referring to, right?
Correct.
Yes.
So
yeah,
then therefore any student that's in the Title I school would be able to go on these field trips. Is that correct?
Our educational program, we have a pretty limited capacity. So we rely on educational partners. We work with Willow Bend Environmental Center, and they do provide with some funding from our program and funding from other sources as well. They provide the opportunity for every 3rd grade student to visit open space property. And with this temporary position, we are looking to expand that to include middle school and high school students as well. Because we don't have like unlimited capacity, we won't be able to offer that to all grades, but we're looking to try to offer that to as many grades as we possibly can. And then of course our open space is open for use in general as well from the general public. So if families and students wanted to go up on their own, they certainly can.
Okay, but we're not getting, you're not really answering my question. So maybe we're misunderstanding each other. I guess maybe I can ask this another way. So how are you identifying underprivileged students to go on these field trips?
We are partnering with Title I schools to have a higher percentage of Indigenous youth.
Okay, and so once you identify that school, then we've got a couple hundred kids in each school. So how are you going to identify the student, the specific student, since you can't take all of them? How are you going to pull out?
We have been working with a specific grade. So for instance, we partnered with the MEMS and we provided all of the fifth grades with the option of providing educational programming in a field trip. So everybody in that fifth grade would be offered a field trip to one of our open space properties. And we intend to expand that into high school in that same sort of way.
Okay, that's the question I was trying to get.
Okay,
thanks
very much for your question and your patience. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris, and thank you very much, Robert. I just want to say that you all in sustainability have done an excellent job of weed eradication around the community and with education. And that also excites me about this project to help people to identify plants within their own surroundings that maybe we want to have fewer of those weeds and more of the native grasses and flowers. So thank you for all of this work. Councilmember Harris, did you want to, Councilmember House, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the grant agreement number IPG 22S-702 with the Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management for Observatory Mesa Invasive Plant Prevention and Control Grant in the amount of $97,000 with a city match of $11,260 to support the maintenance of the Observatory Mesa Natural Area Open Space.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. Thank you very much to Open Space staff. Next up, we have item 9B, consideration and approval of parking demand study. This is a request by the Holy Trinity Catholic Newman Center to approve a parking demand study for a new place of worship building at 520 West Reardon Road, subject to the issuance of a conditional use permit. Staff, do we have?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Genevieve Pear 3, Senior Planner in the current planning section of the City of Flagstaff. I do have a presentation. I will turn my camera off while I'm presenting, but just wanted to introduce myself. Let me share my screen. Okay, again, so Newman Center Parking Demand Study. So before I go into the details of the Parking Demand Study request, I just want to clarify why we're here today and why you're, Mayor and Council, why you're seeing this item today. So the zoning code does have a provision to allow development applicants to request a reduction from the standard minimum required parking. But to do that, they have to submit a parking demand study. The study or plan must be prepared in accordance with the established professional traffic and parking practices, and they must be prepared by a registrant who is licensed to practice in the state of Arizona. And then they must also document how any reductions are calculated and what assumptions that they utilized in the calculations. And so any request that asks to reduce parking more than 30% of what the standard requirement is in the zoning code does require approval of City Council. So that is why I'm here today. So the Holy Trinity Catholic Newman Center did prepare a parking demand study per the zoning code requirements that I just mentioned. And they are requesting to reduce the required parking from 73 spaces to 45 spaces, which is an approximately 38% reduction. So again, that's why we're here today. As you saw in the attached parking demand study and staff report associated with this item, the Newman Center proposes to manage parking demand in several different ways, which I'll discuss in more detail later on in the presentation. But for now, I'll just mention they talked about walking and biking, carpooling, having attendees using their own NAU parking passes, having an agreement with NAU to provide 20 parking spaces on Sundays in adjacent NAU parking lots, and then purchasing additional daily NAU parking passes as needed. So I mentioned NAU several times because the Newman Center is right next to NAU, kind of right across the street from it, as well as next to an NAU building, and there are a lot of NAU parking lots around the Newman Center. So this basically the premise of the parking demand study is that a lot of the attendees are NAU students who either have parking passes or who walk or bike. Therefore, the on-site parking requirements is less than a typical place of worship. But I'll go into that in more detail throughout this presentation. So just a little bit more background information. There is an existing 9,800 square foot Newman Center building. And the Newman Center proposes to demolish that building and construct an approximately 25,500 square foot building that will contain a sanctuary, student center, rectory, and assembly hall. So the use is a place of worship, and that is allowed in the highway commercial zone, which is the zoning that this property has. But they will be required to get a conditional use permit because it will exceed 250 seats. So city staff reviewed and accepted a concept plan application for the new building on November 17th, 2022. The sanctuary would hold up to 413 people. The place of worship in the zoning code requires 1 parking space per 60 square feet of sanctuary area. So the proposed sanctuary is about 4,300 square feet, which would require 73 spaces. I will note that the Newman Center has indicated they may, in their next site plan submittal, which is the step after this one, they may reduce the size of the building, but the parking demand study was based on this size. So we're going with that. And they would still need a demand study anyway. So they required 73 spaces and they're asking for 45 at this time. So here's the site layout and conceptual site plan that staff reviewed, showing the location of the building as well as the proposed parking. And again, this is at 520 West Reardon Road. These are the conceptual building floor plans. These will be formally reviewed with the next submittal. So again, that site plan, that's the formal submittal where we really get into the details for a development proposal. So what we have now is conceptual. So this is the first floor showing the sanctuary and then other accessory uses in the building, the assembly hall, kitchen, rectory, etc. And then this is the second floor showing the choir loft and office space. So for the parking demand study, the Newman Center collected quite a bit of data to serve as a basis of this study. So the Newman Center surveyed its congregation to determine how people actually attend the Newman Center, how they travel to get there, whether they're students or non-students as well. The Newman Center also counted attendance at Sunday Mass in the existing Newman Center building, and they have data for almost 2 years for that, so pretty long timeline. They also analyzed required parking spaces, so 73 would be the base minimum for the standard zoning code requirements, compared to the ratio of students versus non-students and how each group gets to the Newman Center. So the parking demand study identified 10 distinct transportation groups. So those are the first 2 sets of groups are students and non-students who walk or bike. Then we have students and non-students who carpool but have an NAU parking pass. Then there's students and non-students who carpool but do not have a parking pass with NAU. Then there are students and non-students who drive alone but have an NAU parking pass. And then the last set of groups are students and non-students who drive alone but do not have an NAU parking pass. So only the two lines that have an asterisk, so there's students and non-students who drive but do not have an NAU parking pass. Those are the only groups who actually need on-site parking. All of the other groups will either get to the Newman Center through walking and biking or driving, either alone or carpooling, but with an NAU parking pass, which they can use on the adjacent NAU lots and do not need to park in the Newman Center. So the parking demand study found that 31 parking spaces are needed when NAU is in session, and that 44 are needed when NAU is not in session. The parking demand states that more parking is needed when NAU is not in session. That's either in the summertime or over winter break, because the proportion of non-students goes up and more non-students don't have NAU parking passes. So there's a greater on-site parking demand when NAU is not in session. And they found that when NAU is in session, almost 60% of attendees were students versus about 20% when NAU is not in session. And that's based on the data that the Newman Center collected. So this is how the transportation modes break down when NAU is in session. So I mentioned previously there's 10 that, or excuse me, the parking demand study identified 10 distinct groups, and only 4 of those groups would require on-site parking. So those are the groups in red. So anyone who drives either carpools or drives alone, is a student or non-student, and does not have an NAU parking pass. And this is when NAU is in session. And when NAU is not in session, we can see especially that non-students who carpool with no parking pass in particular goes up. So that it coincides with the parking demand study finding that slightly more on-site parking is needed when NAU is not in session versus when it is in session. So in looking at the parking demand study and the data that the Newman Center supplied as the basis for the parking demand study, staff also looked at the average attendance in the current building and how much parking is needed, and then projected that for the new building. So when NAU is in session and when NAU is not in session, the average number of attendees across the 2-year period is about 27% capacity. So in the existing building, that equates to 32 parking demand spaces being, or excuse me, 32 parking spaces being needed. The new building would house about 27% more attendees in the sanctuary. So if you increase that number by 27%, the average parking demand for the new building would be 41 spaces, both when NAU is in session and out of session. So that's still below the 45 on-site spaces that the Newman Center is proposing. So as I mentioned, the Newman Center proposes to manage on-site parking through several different strategies. Since they only have 45 on-site spaces, they're also working with NAU to draft an agreement to have 20 Sunday parking passes be available every Sunday for, I believe, 5 years is what the duration of the current agreement says. That would allow people parishioners to be able to park on those lots. I believe the Newman Center currently does this, but they have the ability to purchase additional daily NAU parking passes as needed to allow anyone who drives and needs more parking to be able to park in NAU. I mentioned previously that a good percentage of the congregation walks or bikes, also carpools, quite a bit of the congregation carpools per that parking demand study. And then a lot of attendees also have their own NAU parking passes to park nearby. So in terms of approving or making a decision about this parking demand study, council has 3 options. So the first one is that City Council may approve the parking demand study with conditions as recommended by staff. Option 2 is City Council may approve the parking demand study with additional or modified conditions. And option 3 is that City Council may deny the parking demand study. So staff's recommendation is that the City Council approve the parking demand study with the following conditions. So number 1, that the Newman Center shall work with NAU to secure additional parking spaces on NAU property to account for increases in the size of the congregation in the larger Newman Center building and associated increases in parking demand. Number 2, that the Newman Center shall provide a pedestrian path per City of Flagstaff zoning code section 10-30.60.80.a that connects to the existing pedestrian path located on the adjacent property to the west at 910 South Milton Road. And number 3, that the Newman Center shall provide a minimum of 12 bicycle parking spaces as shown on the concept plan that city staff deemed to be complete with conditions on November 17th, 2022. So that is all that I have for my presentation. However, there are representatives from the Newman Center here, also representatives from CivTech who prepared the parking demand studies. If you have specific questions about that, they are also available. But I'm here if you have any questions for me as staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Genevieve. Stacy, were you able to get the public commenter? Yes, one comment. All right, so we have 2 questions from council that I would like to take, but we'll hold off on discussion if we could until after we have our public commenter. So first we had Vice Mayor Aslan had a question.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you, Genevieve. My question was going to be, do we have representatives from the Newman Center present? It sounds like you said yes. So if they're available to come on, I would just like to address them personally and ask a question. Father Matt, good to see you this afternoon.
Hello, City Council. Nice to be with you.
So my question for you, first of all, my comment is I'm glad we're able to do this. I hope council will be amenable to this conditional use permit. I think we should be taking advantage of the opportunity to reduce parking around the city as much as possible. I'll speak more to that during our discussion phase. I just wanted to thank you for bringing this forth. I wondered if you wanted to comment personally, Father Matt, on any of the parking conversations you've had over the past couple of years over at the Newman Center. And then my question for you is, it's about the building itself and the new construction. I'm wondering if any part of the original building is going to stay intact or if it's going to be a total demo and rebuild. I do see some historical value to the original building structure there, and just curious if you're able to share anything about that.
Well, good question. Thank you. We've tried to, we're finalizing our architectural plans, and there's some pillars and whatnot that are made of logs and trees that really resonate with Flagstaff. And so we're hoping to emulate some of that in the new building, as well as a solid brick construction with the new design. Unfortunately, there's a lot of encapsulated asbestos throughout the building. It was built in 1967, and so people have expressed a desire to want to take part of that with them because there's a lot of beautiful memories. There's a lot of history there over the last 55 plus years, and we're trying to find a way to do that, but in a way that we can. So it has to do with the building and the construction. Our relationship with NAU has been very good over the years. There's been at different times there might be a need or a conversation on parking, and so we'll email parking services and they say, hey, how many spaces do you need? And we're like, we don't know, but we go over to the kiosk and get a few parking permits, and we're able to use that. And it's been a very good relationship, especially because our biggest demand is on Sunday when the large parking lot, behind Klein Library is virtually empty. And so it's been a nice collaborative to use that parking as needed.
Thank you, Father Matt. Mayor, I'll hold off on my comments until after we've had public input.
Thanks very much. Councilmember House.
Thank you. Just one quick question for now, and then I may have some more as we get into the conversation. But I'm just wondering how much parking is at the current building as it is now? So are we looking at an increase in the number of spaces that currently exist, or just looking to not have to increase them?
I can address that. Our current facility has 62 spaces. And of those 62, we actually sell 45 permits to NAU students. And so we kind of use it as a moneymaker that we found that we don't need all the parking that we have. And so it's a revenue source that we won't be able to have as much in the future, or and so we're going from 62 down to 45. We could still sell some spaces if we needed to or wanted to, but that could actually just give us more parking than we need.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Council. And Stacy, do you still have the commenter on the line?
Yes, Mayor, we do. Tyler Denham, if you'd like to go ahead and unmute, you can offer your comments to council now.
Hi, thank you, Stacy. Mayor and council members, that I have no affiliation with the Newman Center. I'm calling in today to note, with all due respect to the people who prepared it, that this study is out of sync with many of the city's other goals. The study assumes that parking demand is a fixed value, but that's not remotely true. The mix of transportation options that visitors to the Newman Center take is itself a function of the supply of. If the Newman Center builds a lot of parking, such that driving alone is convenient, more visitors will drive. If they build less parking, such that driving alone is inconvenient, more visitors will carpool, walk, bike, and take the bus. And there are many city documents like the Carbon Neutrality Plan, the Active Transportation Master Plan, even the 10-year housing plan, and I've heard the Sustainability Office talk about this often, that acknowledge this flexibility and explicitly state that more carpooling, walking, and bus ridership are city goals, which is why I say that this study is out of sync with other city goals. And while on the topic, why is the city involved in this process at all? If the Newman Center builds an inadequate amount of parking, such that it becomes too inconvenient for people to visit and they start losing visitors, how is that anyone's problem but the Newman Center? The location isn't in a residential. No danger of overflow parking annoying residents. And even if it was, the real problem would be unregulated street parking, not the Newman Center. Aside from requiring some ADA accessible spaces, why does the city need to be involved in the minutia of how the Newman Center manages its parking demand? It seems to have already hit upon an easy, obvious solution, purchasing parking passes. From inadequate parking, I imagine to intervene on their behalf. And now I don't expect you guys to have like a long, involved discussion on parking because, you know, the scope of this agenda is very narrow. But I just wanted to bring this up because it's frustrating to watch the city carry on with an approach that it's already declared misguided in a bunch of other city documents. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tyler. I always appreciate your engagement and study of not only our agendas, but also all of our plans. You're extremely knowledgeable about what's going on at the city, so thank you. Do I have any questions or comments from any council members? Vice Mayor Aslan, did you have something?
I do, yeah. Thank you, Tyler. I really appreciate you coming on and voicing your public comments. I happen to share them. You know, I want to start off by contextually just admitting that I am a Newman Center product. I came up through the University of Arizona, the Dominican Newman Center there, where I was the social justice minister for several years and also the student activity coordinator. I was married at a Newman Center, and both of my sister-in-law and brother-in-law had their marriages conducted at Newman Centers, one in ASU, and most recently, still about 15 years ago, my sister-in-law, Esther Ellsworth Bowers, and her husband were married at the Newman Center in Flagstaff, the one we're talking about. I highly, and I was there just a couple weeks ago for Christmas Fest. Didn't have any issue finding parking whatsoever, even on Christmas Day. So I highly value the resource that the Newman Center provides for the community. And I really appreciate the sensibility that it is coming to the city with in terms of reducing parking, even though it could be a loss of revenue for them. I very much enjoyed taking advantage of Newman Center parking permit when I was a student at U of A. It was a great asset for me as an undergrad. And I imagine the students who utilize those parking permits here on the NAU campus get a lot of value out of that too. So, this is a fairly specific item, but contextually, it's a very peculiar, great example of the larger parking conversation we should be having as a city, especially in the context of the carbon neutrality plan and all of our climate action goals, with or without respect to the going carbon neutral by 2030. If you laid all 2 billion parking spots together in the United States, they would cover an area roughly the size of Connecticut. That's 5,500 square miles of parking available in the United States. And I very recently read an exciting article in a major newspaper about how lots of local governments are scrapping requirements that once made cars the center of the urban landscape. I think that we should be showing leadership on this front as well. At the very least, we should be jumping on the bandwagon and rethinking the way that we mandate minimum parking requirements. To me, this comes back to the concept of induced demand. We're having lots of conversations around that here in the city with respect to our roadways and how we treat cars versus people being transported as our modus operandi. And when we offer more parking permits, we are encouraging more people to drive. And I think we can achieve the opposite as well. If there's less parking available in a city like Flagstaff, more people will lean on other ways to get back and forth around town as those become available. And so it's sort of a chicken and egg thing, but we should be investing in these strategies to get people out of their cars more often as they're able. My daughter is looking at lots of colleges right now, and several of the colleges she's looking into are back east. A couple of them are, in Boston, in that area. And we already know that if she were to go to school in one of these places, she has a car, she wouldn't bring it. She would leave the car or sell it and exist for the 4 years or whatever that she's on that college campus without a vehicle, using other ways to get back and forth. And that should be an expectation that we are establishing over time here in Flagstaff. If your son or daughter is coming to NAU, they should leave their car at home because it's just going to be easier and actually more convenient for them to get around in other ways. And we could facilitate that and help support that with our decisions on council. And real quickly, I don't want too many people to get too nervous here. I know that we have lingering obligations regarding downtown with respect to parking, and I just want to specifically state I do intend to honor those. We need to show the public that we won't bait and switch regarding bond promises, and I understand the sensitivities there. I'm also very grateful that our leadership and city management seem to acknowledge that any conversation regarding parking should involve a parking structure and structures that are repurposable in the future. Those are the sorts of structures that I support and would support, and I'm very grateful that that value is shared by leadership. So, just to kind of echo once more what Tyler was saying, I think the whole process is a little bit silly and out of step with the principles outlined in our other city documents. And if we need to approve this study, if that's what's needed for the Newman Center to be able to reduce its parking requirement, then we should definitely approve that. But long term, I do think this begs the question, we need to be looking at a process that should be fixed. I think it's a waste of everyone's time, and it cuts against a bunch of the city's goals for questions of reducing parking to have to come before council as a matter of course. Of course, there will be contextual situations in which we will want to be in control of that conversation and come to a decision as a group. But in general, maybe there are ways so the next time we look at these zoning codes that we can sort of further facilitate a new default situation in which parking is not valued the way it has been in the past. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well said, as always. Councilmember House, you have a comment, and then Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. And before I make my comment, I just want to apologize if it looks like I'm glowering at anyone. I've got a pretty bad headache right now, so I'm squinting a bit, but I promise I'm not like glaring at you through the screen. So I wanted to just again thank the presenters and Tyler for his comments. And I think there's a lot of alignment and agreement in kind of the direction that we're going. The reason that I asked the question I did about how much parking is at the current location is I think it's moving in a very positive direction to see that not only does the parking study suggest that less parking is actually needed or required or could be required than is currently dictated by code, but also that the Newman Center is certainly showing willingness to not only reduce that footprint of those parking spaces, but also rethink and sort of restructure their model in a way that they are essentially giving up some of the revenue stream that they were generating through the selling of parking passes, or at least restructuring that and willing to take that look in terms of advancing some of the city's initiatives. I definitely am in agreement that, this is showing that there may be room to re-examine some of our code language or requirements, that if we're going from a requirement of 75 to an actual need of 45, there might be room to look at what that code is requiring, or at least exercise the flexibility that we would be exercising in this case. So I'm definitely leaning towards in favor of what's being proposed here. I do agree that it's offering us an opportunity to reassess and relook at things to make sure that we are consistent in what we're stating as our city values and moving in that direction. But this certainly seems to be an example of how that can work in practice. So I'm very grateful for that. I did have one quick question, and I don't know if Genevieve is still on to be able to answer, but I believe it was stated that a separate demand study was pending or was still needed. And I was wondering if you could expand on that a little bit, just to explain what the difference is between that demand study and the parking demand study that was done.
Yeah, I think you may be referring to the draft agreement that the Newman Center is working on with NAU, because there's just one demand study. So apologies if that wasn't clear. But yeah, one study, and they have the Newman Center, and Father Mac, feel free to chime in on this since you know more about it than I do. But my understanding is that the Newman Center currently has a draft agreement that they're working on with NAU to have 20 additional parking spaces on NAU parking lots close by, a couple of lots that are really close to the Newman Center, that they'd be able to use every Sunday. And I believe that agreement covers a 5-year period. I think that's what you're referring to. So yeah, there's just one demand study. I think maybe I did mention also that staff looked at the numbers and looked at the average attendance, and that wasn't in the study that the applicant provided. That was just something that we looked at in addition. So I was also referring to that. But yeah, there was just one study. So thanks for your question.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember House. Councilmember McCarthy?
Well, thank you, Mayor. The bottom line first, I do support this deviation from the general guidelines. I think a very good case has been made that it makes sense in this case. I like the inclusion of the pedestrian path. I've walked through the Newman Center property, and there's sort of an unofficial way to get through on the southwest corner of the property, which I've used many times. So I think it's really important that we increase walkability and, you know, getting people over to Milton without having to go way around. As far as the parking discussion, I do think it is appropriate that we have a guidelines for parking, and it may be ripe for a future discussion, but in my opinion, this is not the venue or the time for that. So I won't get into that. There's pros and cons on both sides of that. So that's a whole separate discussion. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sweet?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I wanted to thank Tyler for calling in, and I do agree with a lot of what he said. I think maybe it's time to revisit our parking, and that conversation is meant for another time. And I also appreciate the conversation between the Newman Center and NAU. I love that they're partnering up and that NAU is supporting our goals and their goals. I think this is a great step in the right direction, and I am very supportive of the staff recommendation on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matthews?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to make a couple of comments, and I also echo appreciation for Tyler. I've had the opportunity to speak with him at a few of the forums, and I just am encouraged to see more people. You know, he gets a lot of people involved, and he has an interest, and I really appreciate him taking the time to really care about our city and where it's going. And I appreciate Father Matt for, he didn't have to go and do a 2-year study on the actual need. And I'm sure that it was probably motivated by wanting more building space than parking, but I appreciate that he actually came up with, we could have this amount of parking spaces, but we don't really need it, and to come and ask us to reduce it. So I appreciate the effort that his congregation and whoever worked behind that put into it. I did want to comment to say that I'm a little cautious in that, and others have made comment to this, that this is our current parking requirements. And definitely, I'm sure this conversation will come up in the future if we need to do some modifications. But this week, with the storm that has came in and prohibited a lot of us from going into town and going to work and just going to the grocery store because of the storm, I always want to just remind everybody of the severe climate that we do live in. And sometimes I don't want to suggest something or move forward in something in the future that forgets that during the wintertime, we can't always use other modes of transportation. And so I think that we are in a unique area where we have to always stay sensitive to our climate. And there are times where it will be difficult to move about our town unless it's in a vehicle. So I just wanted to make those comments, and I do support the recommendations of the staff and moving forward with this request.
Thank you, Councilmember Matthews. There were a lot of really great points made. So I thank you all for this, and I think we're going to have a very robust discussion in the future of parking requirements. I would just like to thank Father Matt as well, and thank NAU. I love it when we can use an existing resource instead of building out that same resource right next door to it. So I think it's wonderful, and I too am in support. And if everyone is ready and there are, thank you, thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. I would love to take your motion.
Well, thank you, Mayor. So I move that we approve the parking demand study, which implies that they will be allowed to have less parking spaces than is currently required by code, as outlined in the packet, and with the 3 conditions that were recommended by staff. So that's my motion.
I'll second.
Thank you to both Councilmember House and Vice Mayor Aslan. We have a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Are there any opposed? All right, that motion carries. And we move into our regular agenda. Item 10A, which is the consideration and adoption of resolution number 2023-02, a resolution approving binding waivers of enforcement for 5 parcels of land located in the city of Flagstaff. Take it away.
Good evening, Mayor. Thanks so much, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Christina Rubalcaba, Senior Assistant City Attorney, and I do have a quick presentation for you. So tonight we are talking about several Prop 207 claims that the city has received and the recommendation to approve binding waivers of enforcement. By way of background, on November 17th, 2020, the Flagstaff City Council adopted Ordinance 2020-28, which made various amendments to the Flagstaff zoning code. We refer to those particular amendments as the high occupancy housing or HOH amendments. And those changes included, among others, requiring a conditional use permit for HOH, restricting HOH of 4 units or more to the pedestrian shed of an activity center, and adding parking, bedroom, bathroom, and other HOH requirements. During June through December of last year, the city received Prop 207 claims on behalf of 5 parcels of land, and those owners claimed that as a result of the HOH code amendments, their properties lost a collective $25 million in value. Prop 207, also now codified as ARS 12-1134, provides that if the existing rights to use, divide, sell, or possess private real property are reduced by the enactment or applicability of any land use law enacted after the date the property is transferred, and that action reduces the fair market value of the property, then the owner is entitled to just compensation, in this case from the city that enacted the land use law. The landowner must make a written demand for a specific amount of just compensation, which has been done, as I outlined, and the city then has 90 days to either pay the claim, amend the land use law, or permanently waive enforcement of the new land use law on that landowner's parcel. If the city does not act, then the landowner may file a claim for just compensation in Superior Court within 3 years of the date the land use law took effect. And just compensation that we've been talking about is the reduction in fair market value of the property as a result of that land use law. Fair market value being the most likely price which the land would bring if exposed for sale in the open market under your normal circumstances. So if approved by council tonight, the city will agree and declare that the HOH zoning code amendments will not be enforced or applicable to the entirety or any portion of those 5 properties that are identified in the binding waiver of enforcement attached to the staff summary as Exhibit A to the resolution. And I am here if there are any questions.
Thank you so much, Christina. Do we have any questions from council? Stacy, do we have any public comment?
We do not, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I am not seeing any questions from council members, so I would entertain a motion.
This is Jim McCarthy. I move that we read resolutions 2023-02 by title only.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Councilmember House. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, that motion carries.
I move
And
that we,
Mayor.
adopt resolution 2023-02. And
I'm
I'll just
Thank you.
note that I did have some questions. Christina provided answers to me before the meeting. Thank you, Christina.
Wonderful. And thank you for catching that, Councilmember McCarthy and Stacy. I heard
We're
her
all,
pipe up.
we're all in the
Mayor.
same team, Mayor.
Mayor, if I might, we do need to read the resolution before we have that motion to adopt.
Yes,
Uh-oh.
thank you very much.
Sorry.
That's all right. Okay. A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving binding waivers of enforcement for 5 parcels of land within the corporate limits of the city of Flagstaff.
Thank
now
you.
Now I move to adopt resolution 2023-02. Sorry, I was premature.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Do I have a second?
I second.
All right, thank you, Councilmember House. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, we are moving on to item number 10B, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2023-01, a resolution for consideration and approval of an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Flagstaff and the Greater Flagstaff Region partnering agencies. Staff?
Good afternoon, council members. Jerry Bills, Deputy Fire Chief. This item, I would like to introduce it. This is a request to approve an IGA between the city and the fire districts of Summit Fire and Medical District, the Pinewood Fire District, and the Highlands Fire District to share in grant funds that we receive to send 10 of our employees to training to become instructors, trainers, for our incident management system. This is the second generation of these folks we're going to send to this class, and they're replacing us 10 old guys who are no longer useful to do that as we're all busy doing our thing. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. The grant is a 90% 10 match, where each agency will share their piece of that match by how much of that 90% they spend, if that makes any sense. There's a little chart in the back that is spells that out a little bit, but I'm here for questions if you have them.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from council? And Stacy, do we have any public comment?
No, we do not, Mayor.
Thank you. And I see that we have Councilmember House is ready to make a motion on item 10B. So go ahead and do that. Councilmember House?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we read resolution number 2023-01 by title only.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right. Stacy, would you please read resolution number 2023-01 by title only?
Thank you, Mayor. A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Highlands Fire District, Ponderosa Fire Department, Pinewood Fire Department, Summit Fire and Medical District, and the City of Flagstaff for the Assistance to Firefighters Regional Training Grant Program.
Thank you very much. And do we have a motion to adopt?
Mayor, I'll move that we adopt resolution number 2023-01, and I'll just add the comment that Chief Bills, you are still, and all members of our team are still very much needed. So please know you're still very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember
Thank you.
House. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. We are going to skip items 10C and D. As I stated earlier, we'll come back to those after 7 o'clock. So let's move on to discussion items. Item number 11A, Community Development Block Grant Introduction and Overview, as well as establishment of CDBG Council priorities for program years 2023 and 2024. Welcome, staff.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Sarah Dar, for those I haven't met yet, and I have the pleasure of serving as your Housing Director. I wanted to take a moment, since we have new members of Council, to introduce some key members of housing staff you'll be hearing from today. Justina Costa, if you would turn your camera on and give a wave, there we go. Justina is Assistant Housing Director for the Housing Section side. You'll meet staff from the other side on the Housing Authority in the coming weeks. And then, of course, we have the awesome Christine Pavlik, who will be giving you the presentation today concerning CDBG and establishing priorities. We are excited to do this with you. We do this once every 2 years when a new council is installed. And this will, your actions today will establish the priorities for our next 2 CDBG cycles. So thank you for having us. And Christine, take it away.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and staff. Like Sarah said, I'm Christine Pavlik. I'm the Housing and Grants Administrator for the City Housing Section. Just making sure everybody can see my screen okay. I can't see nods, so hopefully yes.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Sorry. My computer did a weird thing where I lost my camera view of everybody. So, all right, let's get started. Okay, so thanks again for having me this afternoon to talk with you about the city's Community Development Block Grant Program. I'm probably going to refer to it from here on out as CDBG. I try not to use too many acronyms, but Community Development Block Grant Program can be a mouthful. So we're going to talk, I'm going to provide you with an introduction and overview of the program. We're going to talk about eligible uses of the funds. I'm going to give you some examples of our most recent projects. And lastly, as we do every 2 years with a new council, we'll establish your council priorities for CDBG funds for the year 2023 and 2024, those program years. So what is the Community Development Block Grant? It's a program that provides funding for housing and community development activities, and it's funded through the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, which we also know as HUD. And the program is meant to serve primarily low and moderate income individuals and households. So why does the City of Flagstaff receive funding? Well, we're considered an entitlement community, which means that we're eligible to receive an annual allocation of funds. Entitlement or communities are eligible after they hit that 50,000 person population. And so we've been an entitlement community for some time now. Our annual allocation is based on a formula that takes into consideration our population, the age of our housing stock, as well as other community-specific information. It's also impacted by the congressional allocation to the program as a whole, as well as the number of entitlement communities in our state and nationwide. So, for example, every year, new entitlement communities are created as populations increase. The most important thing to note is that we have no control or influence over this allocation from HUD. It's all done on a formula basis. So in order to continue to receive our annual allocation, the city must submit official documents to HUD at various times. The first is our annual action plan. Essentially, that tells HUD what the city is going to do with that year's allocation of funds. So we have our CAPER that's due in September, and this tells HUD what we did with the funds and who we served, who benefited from those programs. Every 5 years, we submit what's called the Consolidated Plan, and this is a 5-year assessment of housing and community development needs. This document was last submitted to HUD in 2021, and it's defined Flagstaff's goals for CDBG funds used for the last 2 program years, and now we're entering our 3rd program year under that Consolidated Plan. And then occasionally, we will submit substantial amendments. These are due when we need to reallocate funds from one project to another. For example, when COVID hit and we decided to end our OHAR program because it just wasn't safe to go into homes, and we reallocated those funds to eviction prevention. So we filed a substantial amendment to our annual action plan. So when we do get those one-time funds, we will submit those. When we get one-time funds like CDBG, CV funds, or disaster relief funds, we will also do an amendment at that time. So essentially, the way that the city can use the money is as you, council, sees fit. As long as it's based on community needs identified in the consolidated plan, the primary objective, and one or more of the national objectives, which I will explain next. So the primary objective of the CDBG program is the development of viable urban communities through the provision of decent housing, a suitable living environment, and economic opportunity, all of which must serve low to moderate income persons. And the definition of a low and moderate income household is 80% of the area median income or below. So for example, a household of 4 in the city of Flagstaff cannot make more than $68,700 a year in order to be eligible for programs, housing, funded through the CDBG program. So along with meeting the primary objective, the activities must also meet one or more of these national objectives. So that either must serve a limited clientele, be a housing activity, provide an area benefit in a predefined target neighborhood, or be a job creation or retention activity. And so I'll explain those in more detail. Limited clientele activities benefit low to moderate income persons or those who are presumed by HUD to be low to moderate income persons. And this is all HUD's language, but some of the populations that are presumed to benefit include survivors of domestic violence, people who are experiencing homelessness, disabled adults, abused children. You can see the list on there. So an example of some of the programs we've funded under this eligibility, CDBG CV funds were allocated to the front door for coordinated entry in the last 2 years. Last program year, we also had a public service program from Homeless Youth Connection. They provide case management and other services for youth experiencing homelessness who are working to complete high school, and they served 32 youth last year. Housing activities provide or improve permanent residential structures, which will be occupied by low to moderate income persons. So that owner-occupied housing rehabilitation program really fits under this category. That program was originally operated by the city. Now it's administered by our partner Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona. In the past few years, funds were also allocated to Sharon Manor for the conversion of their congregate living units into independent units, as well as the expansion of 5 additional apartments, all for victims of domestic violence. This can also include the development of new units, but only when undertaken by an official community housing development organization. It's also in the past funded down payment and closing cost assistance, but we've found that the median sales home prices in Flagstaff have just made it kind of out of reach for folks that are at 80% of the AMI. And so, as you all know, the city has developed the Community Home Buyer Assistance Program that can serve households up to 125% AMI. The next is area benefit. These activities must benefit all residents in a low income neighborhood, and that is defined by more than 50% of the households in that neighborhood are low and moderate income. So in our consolidated plan, the city has designated 4 target neighborhoods. We designate Sunnyside, Southside, La Plaza Vieja, and Pine Knoll. And these were designated during that process, not just because of the high concentration of low to moderate income and minority households, but also as a response to community feedback. So projects that provide benefit to all households in that neighborhood are considered eligible. So these are most often neighborhood revitalization and infrastructure projects. For example, we're currently working on a project that was allocated funds last year, which includes improvements to the grounds and the creation of a park at the Murdoch Community Center. La Plaza Vieja recently had some sidewalk and drainage infrastructure improvements completed right on Clay Avenue. And within the last couple of years, the Flagstaff Family Food Center was able to rehabilitate their restrooms and their kitchen in their Sunnyside Food Center. The bathrooms are now ADA accessible, which was the goal of that project. So funds have also been used in the last decade for improvements at Hal Jensen Rec Center, playground improvements at Arroyo and Guadalupe parks, and street infrastructure improvements in Pine Knoll and La Plaza Vieja. Also eligible are projects that remove architectural barriers in public spaces for ADA accessibility. And lastly, we have job creation retention activities. And these activities are designed to create and retain permanent jobs for low to moderate income persons. An activity that CDBG funded was job training and creation at Sharon's Attic. We've also allocated funds for job training and small business assistance. These are eligible through the limited clientele national objective, but they can also be eligible through job creation and retention activities. All right, so let's talk about the money. CDBG does have two funding caps. One of these is a HUD funding cap. It's 20% cap on administration. So this goes for both the city and the nonprofit organizations we partner with. That we refer to them as subrecipients. We historically have used 10% of that administration funding for admin costs, but another 10% for indirect costs. And an indirect rate, in a nutshell, just allows the city to collect for costs incurred to administer federal or state contracts. It includes, the fabulous legal assistance we receive, our IT, and the efforts from our grants at our finance departments. Ultimately, the city of Flagstaff is responsible for the use of funds, even if spent by an outside agency. So we are always monitoring our subrecipients for the amount of funding that they are spending on administration as well. The second CDBG funding cap is on public service activities. Public service activities are projects that fund the operations of programs that serve low and moderate income persons. So as we're all well aware, public service is such an important part of community development. HUD allows us to use 15% of the CDBG allocated to go towards these types of activities. So as you can see, in 2022, our total public service allowable amount was just over $90,000. Ultimately, we're usually able to award more funds to public service projects. I'm sorry, let me start over. In the past, we've been able to award more funds to public service projects because of waivers provided by the CARES Act. Those have now lapsed and are not available for our next allocation. So we are stuck right at that 15% cap. In our proposal process, this is the most competitive category, and sadly with the least amount of funding available. Some past projects in this category include operational expenses for domestic violence homeless shelters, eviction prevention, and is also categorized under a public service. So lastly, there's a criteria that the city of Flagstaff must follow when administering CDBG funds, and that's that at least 70% of CDBG must benefit low to moderate income persons. And historically, we're really proud to say that we've always used our CDBG funding to serve 100% of low to moderate income persons and households. So let's talk about how we distribute our annual allocation into the community. So we hold an open proposal process conducted every year, and it allows agencies to apply for the use of these funds for projects that are eligible. So this year, the process will begin on February 1st. We'll have a public meeting that will explain the process, and it allows potential applicants to ask any questions that they might have. We also offer technical assistance meetings, one-on-one with agencies that are interested in applying, just to be able to discuss their project and make sure it's eligible based on kind of these really intense federal regulations. So just to help explain the difference between staff responsibility and how our proposal process works. So we release the notice of funding available, and it's available to all agencies. We do those technical assistance meetings, and then once applications are submitted, staff will assess if the projects are eligible. The projects that are eligible are then reviewed by a community ranking committee. So each member of the ranking committee individually scores the proposals based on how the agency answered that question, and each question has a weighted scoring criteria. Then the committee meeting will meet, or the ranking committee will meet, we'll discuss in great detail the results, and those numbers are then averaged out. The ranking committee is comprised of both internal staff as well as external experts in the community. We have included in the last 2 years an individual, nominated isn't quite the right word, but recommended by a League of Neighborhoods in order to represent kind of that those target neighborhood individuals. Then we bring those weighted scored proposals to council for a final decision. This year we'll present in April with the weighted scoring results of each proposal, and then you get to make the final funding decision for those projects. So one of the items that is scored whether or not the project meets one of council's priorities, this provides, so basically whether or not it meets your council priorities that you're going to set today, the projects can still, be awarded funding. But that prioritization really provides extra points. And so grantees proposing projects that meet one of those specific council priorities will be ahead in their ranked scoring. So once council selects this year's subrecipients, we'll enter into a contract between the city and the nonprofit or whatever sort of agency. And we have a lot of contractual requirements. So they do have to follow federal procurement. We have insurance standards, payment procedures, monthly reporting that can be really extensive. And we will monitor our subrecipients throughout the grant. And once we close it out, we do a full audit as well. We also have federal overlay statutes that subrecipients must follow. And again, the city is fully responsible for monitoring all grant compliance. And so we really work hard to help agencies understand these statutes and help to create policies and procedures that will help them comply. It's a constant learning process, but we're really there to aid them and make it possible for them to carry out their work successfully. So the proposal process also includes extensive public participation. We include 3 public meetings. Again, that one-on-one technical assistance with any agencies that are interested. And then we facilitate that ranking committee that includes community experts in addition to internal staff. So what has changed in recent years? So as you can see, in 2003, we received our highest allocation. And then in 2022, we received just a little over $530,000. So while performance measurements are really important to the city of Flagstaff, they're very important to HUD. And so we do a lot of data collection. And it's important that any activities that we fund, that the nonprofits or agencies carrying them out are able to provide that data that we then report back to HUD. And so it includes things like the level of area median income the households served are at. It includes what households might be, have a female head of household, and then race and ethnicity reporting as well. So this chart demonstrates the historical allocations we've received since the year 2000. You can see the decline during the Great Recession, slowly increasing in 2014. And we really hope that we'll start seeing a rise. After talking with our HUD representative, she really feels that the reason for the lessening of our annual allocation in the last couple of years has to do with an increase in entitlement communities, but not a corresponding increase in congressional allocation. So this slide is about how things worked during COVID when we received that one-time CARES Act funding. As of today, we have officially spent all of those funds. So that's really exciting. We were able to get those funds out to the community as soon as possible during the most crucial years. So then every fall, as I mentioned, we submit that consolidated annual performance evaluation report. We call it the CAPER to HUD. It identifies the goals we've met, the numbers served with activities that were undertaken during the past program year. So just to kind of give you a highlight, we did fund a textile employment pathway program with our partner Threaded Together, and they had their first 3 graduates of that program within the last program year. And then we provided eviction prevention funding for 39 households, the infrastructure improvements in La Plaza Vieja, and one other one that is pretty big that we were able to carry out is Catholic Charities was able to acquire a home for their Closing the Gap program. So that provides 6 additional beds of permanent supportive housing to our community. So as I mentioned, the city submits our 5-year we've submitted our 5-year consolidated plan to HUD in 2021. And the creation of this document demanded widespread community participation. We had tons of public and stakeholder input. And this also shows on here, you can see the activity, you can see the priority level. So the priority levels, high and low, they don't reflect the lack of need for an activity. It simply identifies activities that are more likely to be addressed with our limited CDBG funding. So the goals for the con plan that was submitted in 2021, and that still kind of govern our decisions and our funding allocations through these next 3 to 5 years, include revitalizing neighborhoods with public facility and infrastructure improvements, providing public services and economic opportunities to LMI individuals, addressing homelessness with services and programming, but also the creation of additional shelter, and providing decent affordable housing through housing acquisition, rehab, and construction. So the priorities for council the past 2 years included housing, rental and home ownership, neighborhood revitalization, responding to homelessness, and workforce job training. So some of the projects that were funded under each priority during the past 2 years include that eviction prevention that was administered by our partner, Coconino County Health and Human Services. And infrastructure improvements are included under neighborhood revitalization. So that included capital projects that improved the sidewalks and drainage in La Plaza Vieja. It includes the upcoming improvements at the Murdoch Community Center. And then for responding to homelessness, there was a lot of funding, especially CARES Act, CDBG response funding that was allocated to Flagstaff Shelter Services and Catholic Charities for the important work they do, providing shelter and services, especially when things were really, really difficult for the populations they served during COVID. And then those under homelessness, we also funded the expansion of transitional housing at Sharon Manor. And then lastly, funds were allocated for workforce job training for that sewing and textile employment pathways program administered by Threaded Together. So now is the time when you get to decide what priorities you'd like to set for the next 2 years. I'm available for any questions you might have. Sarah Dar, Housing Director, and Justine Acosta, Housing Assistant Director, are also present to answer any historical questions you might have. We're so lucky to have them. They've both been here for so long. They really remember so much of how CDBG has grown and changed throughout the years. So if you have any questions, please take the time to ask them now.
Thank you, Christine. Great job, as always. And I'm wondering, before we start a discussion with council, do we have any public comment, Stacy?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Okay, thank you. So do we have any comment or questions from council members? Okay. Oh, Councilmember McCarthy has a comment.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I think that the priorities we had in previous years were good. I think that housing, rental and ownership, and homelessness, or addressing homelessness, should be at the very top of the list, in my opinion. I'm also supportive of neighborhood revitalization and workforce training, but I do think that the housing issues are at the top of the list, in my opinion, and I think in a lot of people that live in this community. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I sneezed, sorry.
Christine, I'm wondering, there's money, and I think you just said this in your presentation, there's specific money for economic development, right? Is it separate from the housing?
Nope. So the only real caps or rules about the funds that are set aside is we can't go over that 20% for administration or that 15% for public services. But economic development is actually not included in the public service category. It's outside of that. So we're not capped on how much we spend on economic development projects. We're only capped on public service projects.
Great, thank you very much. I have a couple of questions, and one is, have the target neighborhoods come forward with applications, proposals, ideas for projects in those neighborhoods?
That's a great question, Mayor. So in the past couple of years, we have been working with the target neighborhoods by partnering with a League of Neighborhoods. And we were able to host the last 2 years, I believe, a public meeting in the fall where individuals who live, households, families, even businesses in these target neighborhoods are able to come and kind of talk with the city about what they see as kind of more crucial needs and what they'd like to see these funds go to. We work with Mark Rivas, our neighborhood planner, to kind of be a liaison between residents in those neighborhoods with city departments. And then we wouldn't expect these neighborhood associations to have the capacity to manage these grants. So usually if these are projects that involve city land or the right-of-way, the public right-of-way, then the city department that is appropriate would address that. So when we had those funds from La Paz Vieja, Capital Improvements came to us and said, hey, we have an idea, would this project be eligible? And then funds were allocated. Same with the Murdoch Center, the pros section, and Mark Rivas, the neighborhood planner, were saying, hey, this is what we're hearing from the neighborhoods. Are CDBG funds eligible, and can we apply for those? And so basically how it works is if there are internal projects, we ask that they, it's not a full application. We're not scoring their applications because obviously it's being administered by the city. We already know we have the capacity to manage these funds appropriately, but it does give us an idea of who the project is going to impact, why it's important, and then we bring that to council as an option for funding, totally unscored, with the max requested from that section. I hope that answers your question. I kind of went on a tangent.
No, it does. Thank you very much. Councilmember House has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to express I very much agree with Councilmember McCarthy and in terms of the prioritization here. Certainly with a declared housing emergency and the particular needs in I think all of the targeted areas that we're looking at here, housing and homelessness certainly rise to the top. As well as neighborhood revitalization and I think resiliency. I don't know how much that's covered in neighborhood revitalization. Excuse me, but it's definitely a major topic. I think as we look at the parallels between housing needs and climate and sustainability, and then of course workforce job training. I think my only question is kind of touching on what you just asked, Mayor, and it's just maybe not so much a question as a comment, but looking at how we can make sure that the neighborhoods and particularly those that may have ideas that can't necessarily get to the public meeting or things like that, how we can make sure that they are getting the information, they have access to when there's grant funding available, whether it's to a designated CDBG grant recipient or anything like that, just making sure that the word gets back into those communities to make sure that they're aware of the programs, they know how they're eligible or whether they're eligible to participate in a program. I think that's just very important because over the past couple of years, I think we've seen those instances where, funding might be available for a program, but people in some of those targeted neighborhoods just might not even be aware that it's out there and accessible to them. And not everyone that's in those areas has access to the ways that we typically get that information out. So, if we're posting it to a website or to social media, they just might not see that. So looking at how we can expand the ways that folks get access to that information. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Councilmember House. That's great feedback. One of the questions on our application is about outreach. And so that's something that we've expanded on this year in our application, is to ask applicants how they plan to reach out to those individuals who might not be able to learn about the program that way. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Harris has a comment.
Yes, first of all, thank you, Christine, for your presentation. It was very helpful. And even though I've heard some of this, it's always nice to hear it again, and it just further helps my understanding. And so in full disclosure, I have to let people know that I do serve as the executive director and board president for the Southside Community Association, which is one of the targeted neighborhoods. However, I also have to let you know that that is not a paid position. So it is a volunteer position. For the last 6 years, I've been doing that. So with that being said, let me just say that I'm glad to hear that in this year's or this upcoming proposal, that you're going to talk about how people are going to do outreach to different neighborhoods or different communities. And so with that, I'd like to make just a couple suggestions for you, if that's appropriate at this time.
Yes, absolutely. I'm taking notes.
Okay.
That's why
All
I'm
right.
looking up.
Okay, so the suggestions that I would make is that, you know, you're absolutely right that the 3 or 4 targeted neighborhoods, 3 of them have community associations, the other one does not. They do not have the capacity to administer a large federal grant like that. So that's the first thing. But the second thing is that in the 6 years or the 12 years that I've been with Southside, I have not known any large organization that has had CDBG funds reach out to Southside, because they would have had to come through me, and that never happened. So my suggestion would be is that people need to learn how to work smarter and not harder. So you have 3 neighborhood associations. Those large organizations should partner with those small organizations to get the word out, because those folks know their neighborhoods, they know the people who live in them, they most of the time know who is in need of what. And so to me, that would just be a smarter, not harder work idea. And that way you can ensure that at least some of your, at least a lot of your information is getting out to the people who may need the services that you are providing. Everyone does not use Facebook and the internet. And I think as a community, we have to think about that, because if we did not know, we do have a digital divide even in Flagstaff. And so there are people who cannot afford to pay for internet and feed their kids. So we need to think differently about how we continue to get the word out, even in this age of technology. And I think I'll leave it right there.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Harris. I really appreciate your feedback.
I had the privilege of participating in an online meeting with Secretary Fudge and HUD staff regarding CDBG, and as well as other funding coming out of HUD. And one thing that Justina from staff joined me. Thank you, Justina, if you are on this call. And she alerted me to the fact that there are 2 new entitlement communities in Arizona. And so we asked the question of what will that do to our allotment here? And because they haven't released the budget for this next go round, they said that they weren't sure. And of course I put in the plug to please don't decrease the allotments to any of the communities. But I just wanted to state that. And you all, this CDBG is quite something to manage at the city level. So I just want to acknowledge staff for all the moving parts in this, as well as the legal requirements that you have to make sure that our partnering organizations are doing, as well as what we're doing. And I see that Councilmember Matthews has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a clarification for Christine, and it came from comments from Councilmember Harris. On the neighborhoods, 3 of the 4 of them do have associations and have an executive director, but I have had the privilege of having to administer the requirements on a CDBG grant, and it's quite an awesome task. It's really a lot of work. Is there, and you may have touched on it, and it just went over my head. Is there partnerships with, that they could reach out to with the city to help? Like Councilmember Harris, knows, a lot of the needs of her neighborhood association, and could it be appropriate for the South Side to apply for this grant, but they would need help in administering it if they were to be granted that money. Is that opportunity available to them? Because it is, unless you're an agency that just manages these government grants all the time, it's an overwhelming task. And that might be preventing other associations and groups from taking advantage of this, because they just don't have the personnel to do that.
That is a great question. So, any of the community neighborhood associations is absolutely able to reach out to a nonprofit organization that has experience and capacity to manage these grants and ask to partner if they have an idea. And I would be absolutely willing to chat with them and say, hey, why don't you reach out to these folks? I often make connections where someone will say, we want to apply for business assistance. And I'll say, that's great. Have you talked to the county? They have a small business development association. Make sure we're not recreating the wheel here. And so in the same way, we can absolutely link them to folks who may be interested. It kind of depends on what the nonprofit has available in their capacity to manage additional grants. As far as projects that are, I'm trying to think, so neighborhood parks, neighborhood associations, those are things the city will carry out. So when we have those streets improvements, I think we have been in chats with NATA about maybe some sidewalks that could use some accessibility improvements. And so that would be something where if it is the city right of way, if it is in our domain, we would manage that project. Whereas that if it was something that was their bus stop or their infrastructure, then they would request those funds themselves and manage the capacity for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Harris has a comment.
Yes, I just as a note of clarification, when I spoke about working smarter and not harder, I was not alluding to to anything about any of those neighborhoods partnering with. What I was referring to, and maybe I didn't make myself clear, is that oftentimes when large associations or large organizations have projects, they rely on certain types of information, which means they either put it on their website or they put it on a Facebook, or somehow they do an electronic advertising. What I'm talking about is coming to those small organizations, those neighborhood associations, and having them help you put boots on the ground to get to the people who need the help that you're trying to get to them. Because I can guarantee you that if you've got a program for homeless people, they're not on the internet, most of them, nor are they accessing the internet. So I think that people have to start thinking smart about how they get information out to people who need the services. Otherwise, we're never going to get a handle on this. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Harris.
Councilmember Sweet has a comment.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and all of your work on this. I too agree that housing is top of the list for me. And I do like the 4 items that are on the screen right now. I think that those still remain pretty valid today. I am wondering, you had mentioned that there's an introduction meeting on February 1st. Did you state where that meeting will be located at?
I did
And
not.
if you did, I'm sorry I
question,
missed
so.
it.
No, you're fine. It's a virtual meeting and the link can be found on our webpage. And that is an email that I always send out to the continuum of care, but I would be glad to send it out to everyone in the city as well so that you can forward that information to anyone who might be interested in your contact.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember House has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, just to follow up on that, with the conversation that we've been having about, how information gets disseminated, is there any room or consideration of another for, not suggesting that you should not do the virtual meeting, but just how can we make sure that that same information gets out to folks that cannot attend that virtual meeting?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we also have a meeting that is specifically for feedback from target neighborhoods. In the past, we have done that in person. I am happy to do that in person again if we think that that's the most effective. I haven't felt like people felt safe coming out, but I'm always happy to try it again and see if it's a better time for them to come. So we also meet one-on-one. The continuum of care is great because those folks are able to get that information out to their clients and the people that they work with and their partner organizations as well. I really have been trying to build up that meeting that's held in the fall because it's warmer out. It allows for us to be able to meet with folks one-on-one that are more likely to come out when things are warmer and it's not like a cold winter morning at 10 a.m. and nobody wants to leave the house. So that is one way I've been working to try and make sure that folks are able to be involved, maybe not at this moment, but in the broader CDBG planning and public participation process. But we're always open to feedback and recommendations, and we'll definitely reach out to ALN again and see if they have any additional ideas or recommendations as we come out of our kind of like COVID style of meeting with folks. Oh, and we record the meeting as well. So that way, if folks aren't able to come directly to that meeting, they're able to get that information.
Great, thank you. I appreciate you looking into those different options. I know it's a lot, and it's certainly a lot of work to even administer this program. So appreciate your flexibility there.
Thank you.
And perhaps the neighborhood groups would want to invite people to a location within the neighborhood and where the teams meeting, where members of their neighborhood could join the teams meeting, you know, with a screen or something. I don't know. I just throw that out there. So what I'm hearing from council is that housing and homelessness prevention are absolute priorities, but that all four of these priorities, I think that I'm hearing that we'd like all four to remain as our priorities, but just emphasizing housing. If I am not characterizing that correctly, could someone chime in?
Mayor Daggett, can I make a comment really quickly just for clarification? I just want to make sure that you all know that historically the priorities are, as long as it fits within any of those priorities, it's awarded the additional points. We've never ranked the priorities before. Now that's something we are open to doing if that's council's direction, but just so that you know, any projects that come in under these categories would get those additional points. So if you really want to zero in on a specific one, you are going to want to pick just that, or like I said, if you want to direct us to rank them and give different amounts of points, that's certainly an option as well. We've just kept it simple in the past.
Thank you, Christine. Are there council members who would like to talk about awarding an extra point or two to housing versus having each of these items be our council priorities? Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, you know, I'm at the will of the council, but it's my opinion that housing and homelessness should be given more emphasis than the other two. Let me just talk about homelessness for a minute. In this town, we don't want people camping in our forests or on our streets. And that's basically the policy of this city. But the other side of that same coin is that we need to make sure that there are options out there for people so that they don't get forced into living on the street or living in the forest. So that's my opinion, but I realize there's 6 other people on council here. Thank you.
I said, thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Next, we have Vice Mayor Aslan has a comment.
Yeah, thanks for the conversation, everybody. And not to be too cheeky here, but in order to be a bit blunt, we have declared a housing crisis. We haven't declared a workforce job training crisis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Harris.
That was kind of cheeky, but Austin, sorry, Vice Mayor, I just couldn't resist. I agree with Councilmember McCarthy that housing and homelessness would be at the top of my list. And I'm not suggesting that we rank them, but I do think that we could solve our homelessness or housing problem if we were preventing homelessness. Does that make sense, or did I confuse people? No. Okay. We want to stop people from being homeless. We want to get to them before they get to that point. Because otherwise it's just building our homeless population issue. So that goes back to my original comment regarding larger organizations and getting information out to people and catching them before they drop through that crack. So anyway.
Thank you, Councilmember. So the question laid out before us is whether we want to ask staff to rank, to give an extra point to applications that deal with housing and homelessness, or whether we want to just go on the record that those are our top priorities, but that all 4 of these will be ranked equally. Councilmember House has a comment.
I did see, thank you, Mayor. I did see Sarah Dart raised her hand right before my comment. So if she wants to, she might say something that speaks to what I was about to say, but I can defer and let her go first.
Thank you. Yes, Sarah always has something wise to say.
Those are some high expectations there, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember House. I wanted to point out that you absolutely have the ability to eliminate the 2 that you are thinking of as lower priorities. We don't have to have 4. So if those are the 2 really, if those are the 2 things you would really like to focus on, you absolutely have the ability to eliminate. Please don't think that you're limited to 4. But of course, we're happy to follow your direction, whether we rank them, whether we assign like 10 points to the top 2 and 5 points to the bottom 2, however you want to do it, we're happy to do so.
Thank you. Councilmember House?
Thank you. That was helpful, Sarah, so thank you for that. I think for me, definitely housing and homelessness are the top. I don't want to see the other 2 drop off because I honestly think that they are interconnected. So I may be leaning towards a prioritization where we maybe award an extra point for addressing housing or homelessness directly, but certainly workforce job training and working towards stability there is a contributing factor to preventing someone from being one paycheck away from experiencing homelessness. So I see it as related, and the same with neighborhood revitalization. Speaking to the social determinants of health and all of those sorts of things, that speaks again directly into costs of housing, risk of experiencing homelessness. So I think that they can both exist there, but maybe I say simple solution. I know it creates a complication for the team, but it seems like the simplest thing would be just to award that extra point rather than reducing our priorities here.
Thank you so much for the feedback, Councilmember House. And if I can just make a suggestion, I would suggest doing 10 and 5 instead of just 1 point. It's going to make a bigger impact, I think. But again, your discretion, of course, or your direction.
Thank you. And Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. Great discussion, and I'm in agreement that I don't want to see any of the 4 drop off, but I would like to do the ranking. And Christine, if you think that the 10 and 5, if that's your recommendation, I'm willing to go with that, as long as we can keep the 4 on there. Thank you.
Thank you. So staff, if we go in this direction of the additional points, however that needs to work out in terms of the ranking, does that make sense as a direction for you? And
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. All right. Do we have any council members who would like to offer a different direction to staff? All right. I even gave unmute time, so I think that you have your direction. And thanks again to housing staff for managing this very big program and doing it so well.
Thank you so much, and thanks again for your time. Have a great night.
Thank you. You too. All right. Now we are moving down to item 11B, Wildland Fire Management Program Update. And I see that we have staff here. Hello, gentlemen, to give us the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. It's nice to see everyone. Paulo Turgi, Wildland Fire Management Battalion Chief. Today, myself and Captain of Forest Health, Neil Chapman, are excited to deliver a presentation to Council discussing the role of Forest Health within Wildland Fire Management. As we begin, I'll go ahead and turn my camera off as Neil and I will be sharing some slides, and I will turn it back on as we conclude for the comments and question portion. So I'll turn that off now and share the screen, and we'll start our presentation. Okay, and can everybody see that first slide with the picture of the peaks?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. So we're going to talk a little bit about the Wildland Fire Management Program within the Flagstaff Fire Department. And really what we'll try to do within the presentation is define the problem of wildland fire management. We'll do that through talking a little bit about fire ecology, and then we'll get into some solutions at the landscape and project level. So wildland fire management is housed within the Community Risk Reduction section. Deputy Chief Jerry Bills oversees community risk reduction. I'm in the role of Wildland Fire Battalion Chief. Neil Chapman is obviously the Captain of Forest Health. And then Dylan Guffey, who is not with us tonight, is our Captain of what we call Operations. And I'll just touch briefly on what he does since this presentation is related more to Forest Health. Dylan's primary focus is overseeing our Wildland Fire Management Crew 1, and implementing on-the-ground operations such as hand thinning, initial attack response. Dylan does a lot working with our line personnel, oversees their training for our 48-hour shift members, and then does a lot of oversight and updating for equipment and apparatus related to wildland fire. So our Wildland Fire Management Program, if we're considering our mission and vision, really what we're talking about is living with fire in a fire-dependent ecosystem and preparing the community and its resources to receive naturally occurring and human-caused wildland fire without any catastrophic impacts. We do this through engaging in initiatives and tactics common to community risk reduction efforts. Some examples of these include FWPP, the Flagstaff Carbon Neutrality Plan, and many mitigation and preparedness efforts through community and agency partnerships. And when we refer to common tactics described here in the lower right-hand box as our 7 E's, we mean working with community members to better inform and educate and engineer a fire-adapted built environment. A great example of that would be building materials that are within our wildland urban interface code. So we enforce fire codes and ordinances, we provide economic incentives, and we enable the community to become more fire adaptive. We identify wildland fire as a problem, but it's a problem without a real end state. It's a problem that requires, consistent mitigation. So with that, Neil Chapman will help us to better define that problem in the next few slides.
Thank you, Paul. Good evening, everyone. So our challenge within wildland fire management really is the social, economic, and environmental impacts of unnatural, high-severity forest fire. Sometimes we think of these three things as what we call the triple bottom line. A 2014 cost avoidance study by NAU's W.A. Franke College of Business gave us some cost estimates for some priority areas around Flagstaff. These numbers are associated with a fire that was similar in size and intensity to the Schultz fire. If that occurred in the upper Rio de Flag watershed, we're looking at $616 million to $1.2 billion in costs. And in the upper Lake Mary watershed, we're looking at $106 million to $271 million in costs. So really, we all know this story. We just want to make sure that we're setting the foundation here as we talk about what we're doing about forest health. So how has our forest changed over time? Well, these next two slides will show just how significantly our structure and pattern has changed. So structure means the vertical distribution of trees. So if you're standing in the forest, do you see big tall trees? Do you see short trees? Are there ladder fuels that connect from the grasses up to the canopy of trees? The pattern basically means a distribution of trees as if you were looking down from above. So if you are looking at Google Maps and you can see the pattern of trees, that's what we would call the pattern. So this really is a big difference that we're looking at over time on our forest. This picture here is just north of Flagstaff near Kendrick Park. It's a spot called Walker Lake. The top photo is from 1871, taken by Timothy O'Sullivan. And 2004 on the bottom, I believe that's taken by Neil Weintraub. So the top photo, you can really see there, we have an open canopy of forests. Our structure basically is mostly tall trees, mostly old trees with a few ladder fuels. And our pattern would be trees and individuals or trees as groups with spaces in between. So really, as you look at that top photo, there's no way a crown fire is going to run through that forest. It's going to stay maybe in a single tree or a group of trees and then drop to the ground. This photo here is Fern Mountain along Hart Prairie Road, Forest Road 151. On the top there, we're looking at the 1880s. It's an unknown photographer. In the bottom, 1988, again taken by Neil Weintraub. And you can clearly see the forest density changes, and this one really documents that transition of open grassland to closed canopy forest. So this is a great example how in some places it's really not just thin the forest, but restore those grasslands. So how did we see these changes occurring? Well, fire suppression and fire exclusion. Fire suppression refers to the intentional management strategy to remove natural lightning-caused ignitions, and fire exclusion is the elimination of cultural burning from the landscape. Suppression and exclusion-based management began in northern Arizona around 1876. Naturally occurring southwestern ponderosa pine and dry mixed conifer forests formed as the receding ice age transitioned into our current climate around 12,000 years ago. Natural fire return intervals were based on low severity fire and ranged from every 2 to 10 years. Consider that it only took about 120 years of fire suppression and exclusion to create our current wildfire crisis. That amounts to less than 1% of the lifetime of our current forest and indicates just how impactful good fire is to the health of our forests. This picture shows tree rings and is commonly referred to as a tree cookie. Think of it as a slice out of the stem of the tree. When tree bark burns in a low intensity fire, the tree survives, but that specific tree ring will be left with a permanent mark called a fire scar. The white numbers are dates of fire scars on these tree rings. From 1489 to 1841, this tree experienced at least 31 fires. A 1984 paper by Dietrich and Swetnam surveyed a southwestern ponderosa pine stand and discovered the area to have a mean fire return interval of just 2 years between 1722 and 1900. So the intent there is just to really talk about how frequent these forests were burning historically. And those fires were staying on the ground really just a perfect alignment of what our community could live with is that sort of fire versus the fire that we're having now.
Thank you, Neil. I will take the next slide. Excuse me, sorry about that little technical error I had to work through. So great images with those last few slides that really document the changes over the last 100+ years. This slide helps to illustrate some changes to the Ponderosa pine environment over the last 80 years. We can't cite a source here to tell exactly where these photos were taken, but the assumption is that they are in the same area. So starting in that kind of lower left-hand corner there, this slide shows the altering of a forest structure, and the timeline with these correlate really well to what we saw previously in Fern Mountain. So in that lower left-hand corner, that Ponderosa pine during the early days of the time period of full suppression and fire exclusion. So that picture is in 1909. So we're kind of in the first couple of decades of really removing fire from the landscape. Working up along, looking in a diagonal up to the middle of the page, that image showing 1948, we start to see the impacts of roughly 40 years of fire being removed from the landscape and a little bit of that encroachment that Neil's talking about. Staying along that same line, we'll get into the upper right-hand corner, and this is 80 total years from that first picture, and you can see just how different that environment is. And we attribute most of that change to removing fire from the landscape and also removing any sort of agricultural burning or timber harvesting that would have occurred with some of those indigenous populations. So from there, we'll go to the upper left-hand corner, and that picture is meant to illustrate just how fire is intended to move through the landscape. So we can use this image to talk about two different types of fire, right? If we're in June or during the summer season, which is our wildland fire season, and we have a red flag day, which means high temperatures, low RH, and high wind, and we had a fire like this in a treated area or in an area that looks like this lower left-hand corner, this is a fire that we can get strategic and tactical with. So our shift personnel, our wildland fire management crew, all of our partner firefighting agencies, federal and state and municipal, we can respond to this, and we can do what's called a direct attack, where we can get right up along this fire's edge using hand tools, water, chainsaws, and we can fight this fire. And I think it's also a good opportunity to kind of talk about some misconceptions. Fire only goes out with the fundamental effort of hand tools and mixing soil and water and the burning debris. So so that's a great illustration of that. This is also a really good picture of what a good prescribed fire might look like. So now if we're coming into the fall or winter season and we don't have snow on the ground and we have a weather window, we can move fire through the ecosystem as it's intended along the ground. The contrast of that is the lower right-hand picture. And when Neil mentioned a crown fire, this is what he's talking about. So this is a catastrophic impact in a ponderosa pine forest. And strategically and tactically, there's not much we can do with this here. We would begin what we call an indirect attack. So we would be moving way out of this fire's way and doing what we call prepping other ridge lines, putting in hand lines, doing things like that. And the only option we would have at this point would be to put more fire on the ground, to hopefully back into this crown fire to remove any fuel before it was able to get any further and extend its fire path. So when we talk about fire being local, that means different vegetation types react differently to fire. And in the greater Flagstaff region, you know, I think we culturally in Flagstaff, we usually refer to the elevation here as 7,000 feet. But, you know, this slide illustrates some of those vegetation types that we experience, you know, in the surrounding areas around Flagstaff. The elevation can get down to around 6,000 feet. So we'll see some of this pinyon juniper. Moving up along in the 7,000 feet, we see a lot of the ponderosa pine and mixed conifer. So when you start to get up on the toe of the slope of the peak, you'll start seeing some of that mixed conifer species, dry mixed con, wet mixed con. And then we move into spruce fir and subalpine, and those species will be up around that 11,000 foot tree line area. So if you're up at the Arizona Snow Bowl, that's kind of at the top of the peaks where you're gonna see the most snow impact in the end of that tree line. The history of full suppression and exclusion of fire has resulted in an ecosystem needing large land-scale treatment, allowing fire suppression resources the opportunity to work tactically, like we talked about in the previous slide, with fire to protect personal and community resources, and giving fire the opportunity to move through the environment without those catastrophic impacts. And so we can do that within our program. We're uniquely positioned to do that and restore the natural environment through nature-based solutions and using tools such as thinning, large landscape efforts, mechanical, and then hand crew, like we talked about with Crew 1, and then moving fire through the ecosystem as it's meant to prescribe fire and wildfire that meets previously planned objectives. And with that, I will move it back over to Neil.
Thank you, Paul. So getting into the Flagstaff Watershed Protection Project, this map shows the footprint. The upper Rio de Flag watershed, the light blue area, kind of towards the top middle of the map, is about 50,000 acres. The upper Lake Mary watershed down below that, a little bit further down, is about 36,000 acres. The original 2012 FWPP bond was transformational. It passed with 74% approval and provided $10 million for wildfire risk reduction treatments on all land jurisdictions. So that really was unique at the time for a municipality to green light an effort to commit local resources to federal lands, state lands, and both city and county and private lands. So it was a game changer for us. We can also document now over $40 million that's been leveraged from that $10 million investment. So when we're able to look at a chart and we can show 4 to 1 in dollars that have come in based on what we've committed, that really is amazing. And so the initial work of the Flagstaff Watershed Protection Project focused on the Dry Lake Hills and inside city limits. As of last year, we're now implementing projects in the Mormon Mountain area as well. The overall intent is to restore the natural structure and pattern across both of these watersheds. Although significant federal dollars are now available through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, comprehensive wildfire risk reduction requires landscape level investments, and not enough funding is available to meet every need. Priorities and federal funding requests must continue to be collaboratively developed in order to provide the appropriate level of service our community needs. So here's a screenshot of our FWPP thinning tracking sheet. And so you can see here how we keep track of specific projects, total acres, acres completed. Just over 54,000 acres have been identified for thinning within the FWPP footprint. Nearly 14,000 acres have been completed. And so now we're looking at the upper Rio de Flag watershed. This is a Forest Service map of projects, thinning projects, and it shows about 25,000 acres that are currently committed to what we would call a 5-year program of work. So this means within the next 5 years, every one of these projects will be offered as either a timber sale or a service contract, depending on how the assessments come out for those acres. The Forest Service has different contracting mechanisms. This means about half of the entire watershed is being prepped for ground-based mechanical thinning. These acres are incredibly important to the growing forest restoration product utilization industry based on the west side of northern Arizona's Ponderosa Pine Forest. A reliable supply of ground-based mechanical acres is the #1 need for private sector businesses to continue to invest in this work, which reduces the per acre cost for all of our projects. The red circle is the 1,600-acre LaRue project analysis area. This area is a priority as it covers a gap in the NEPA-approved acres between Fort Valley and the Kachina Peaks Wilderness. The LaRue project analysis also includes around 900 acres that are too steep for traditional ground-based equipment. This analysis is going through a scoping period right now. It will likely be put into a proper NEPA process later this spring, if not early this summer. We expect about a year for that environmental analysis to take place. Some time we'll have to go into writing prescriptions and getting those approved. We're probably looking at a year and a half before any sort of contracts could possibly be awarded for that project area. Also, I just want to make this clear, as we're going through this analysis process, we cannot determine how treatments in this area will reduce wildfire risk until after this analysis is complete. We can't run fire models until we actually have treatment plans in place. So when the NEPA is completed and we have a documented desired condition, and then we understand the process to get to that desired condition, we can start to run some of these fire models and exactly understand how these projects will impact wildfire in that area. Steep slope projects are incredibly expensive, often exceeding $15,000 per acre. FWPP has committed over $5 million in the Dry Lake Hills area to these treatments. So we've got some background in this. Arizona has a 25-year track record of science monitoring and response-based experience when it comes to the effectiveness of our traditional ground-based mechanical thinning. Treatments on steep slopes are a relatively new approach in our area, and treatment effectiveness is still being studied. The other new area that we're working on in FWPP is the Fort Valley Experimental Forest. This project covers about 1,250 acres and shares over 4 miles of project boundary with private properties in the Fort Valley area. This experimental forest is managed by the Rocky Mountain Research Station, not the Flagstaff Ranger District of the Coconino National Forest. Although this adds an additional layer of administration to deal with, Rocky Mountain Research Station and Flagstaff Ranger District staff are working with us to find a path forward in this area. And in the Lake Mary watershed, 19,000 acres have been committed to a 5-year program of work in the Upper Lake Mary watershed. Again, this is about half of the entire watershed. This effort includes the development of a 2,000-acre paired watershed study that will help us better understand how thinning treatments impact water supplies to Lake Mary. And so I think the takeaway for these maps is I want you guys to see that over half of these watersheds are in programs of work. So these priority areas within FWPP are incredibly well covered by the Flagstaff Ranger District. And this didn't happen overnight. This goes back to almost 12 years of collaborative planning that really has given the district direction on the priorities for the city. And these projects have taken years to both plan and prep and put in place. And so offering timber sales and timber contracts over the next 5 years really has taken over 10 years to get us to this point.
Thank you, Neil. So lastly, we just want to touch on some of the economic realities of catastrophic wildfire. This is an analysis prepared by the Water Infrastructure Finance Authority, and these numbers are a little dated. This is a 2019 analysis, but I think it gives us a really good idea of the impacts of catastrophic wildfire. So typically when we're talking about cost related to wildfire, we're talking about direct or indirect. A direct cost would be the cost costs associated to suppression and or loss of any sort of property. Indirect costs would be something like recreation and tourism, which is represented here in this image, and any adjustments related to insurance premiums. There are many more examples of both, but those are two that are really relative to our presentation and to the city. So as you can see on the left side, about $1.3 billion in revenue is associated with the estimated 13 million visitors to the 6 national forests within the state of Arizona. So this isn't specific to the Coconino National Forest and to the city of Flagstaff, but those are the revenue dollars that are brought into those communities just from recreation alone. And on the right side, we get into a little bit of what those economic impacts can be, not only due to catastrophic wildfire, but just forest closures and fire restrictions as those are implemented. So that's just a brief example of some of those impacts. And with that, we'll go ahead and conclude and open up for questions and comments.
Thank you both for a great presentation and lovely photo there at the end. Do we have any, well, first, do we have any public comment?
No, we do not, Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from staff? Oh, not from staff. Council members, you people who are in this meeting with me, council members, do we have any questions or comments? I have a question, so maybe others will come up with some. Oh, Councilmember McCarthy has a comment.
Well, just real briefly, I just really appreciated the education and the very good presentation. You know, the community's been behind this and very interesting, very productive. And thanks for the good work that you guys do, you and the whole team. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy, and thank you for the opportunity to let us present tonight.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment and just appreciate the presentation and the education. Forest health definitely is a major component in our carbon goals. I've read a lot of articles from California, who I'm going to guess is the leading state in our union for trying to reach carbon neutrality, and yet the fires have set them back over 19 years. So we really can't move forward in achieving any carbon emission goals of net zero emissions if we don't have good, healthy forests. So I appreciate this effort, and I'm very supportive of this for sure.
Great points. Thank you, Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you. All right. I have a question regarding the treatments. And so the Lake Mary project, or the Lake Mary, area project, I understand from a surface water protection standpoint, why that's included in our priorities. And I'm wondering if you could speak to that project versus, say, more work in the dry hills, or focusing more on up on the peaks before we go to other areas. Can you enlighten me on that?
Sure. We obviously prioritize the dry lake hills and the peaks in the upper Rio de Flag based on that cost avoidance study. The work that's going on in the upper Lake Mary watershed at this point is a timber sale that was a tiny bit of revenue came back to the Forest Service, so we did not have to subsidize those acres. Moving forward, we're looking at getting some money from the Department of Defense. There's a Readiness and Environmental Protection Initiative, and so we were getting some grants from that organization. We've got the Naval Precision Optical Interferometer over there on Lake Mary Road. And so there's a lot of interest in making sure that we can reduce wildfire risks to that area. The National Forest Foundation has been putting in some funds for that area. And our recent effort around getting the community project funding from the FY22 omnibus bill, there was a $3.5 million allocation to the city, and that money is allocated for the Upper Lake Mary watershed. But certainly the priorities in the first, nearly the first decade now of FWPP really were the Dry Lake Hills and the Upper Rio de Flag watershed as a whole. So I hope that answers your question. But I mean, we really did focus over time in the Rio de Flag, and Upper Lake Mary is a secondary priority based on that cost avoidance study.
And thank you very much. And that does answer my question. So there are, the focus is still going to remain up there while also tackling the Lake Mary watershed.
Exactly. So the new funds that have come to FWPP over the last year through the Forest Service, those aren't going to the city. In the talking points document that was in the agenda item, we clarified that there was about 11.6 million guaranteed in November of 2021 over 5 years. And we're looking at the majority of those funds going to the Upper Rio de Flag watershed as well. I think a little over $1 million was allocated already, and that money went into expanding the acres treated within a service contract in the Dry Lake Hills. And future funds were not allocated for this fiscal year, but moving forward, we're looking at all the options on the table, whether we need to fund the NEPA for the experimental forest, whether we need to look at some of these other steep slope acres based on the analysis for the LaRue project, whether we need to look at subsidizing the biomass removal in some of these key areas. Things are looking really good for saw log opportunities in northern Arizona right now. Things really aren't looking that well for us on the west side here for biomass removal. So trying to figure out how we can strategically treat the most number of acres is really the way that we're going to go after reducing risks across the entire watershed.
And when you say not looking good, are you talking the economics of dealing with small diameter trees versus biomass?
Correct. So when we say biomass, we have the tree branches and the tree tops that end up in a slash pile. There's also the residuals from a sawmill. If you're cutting a lot of wood, you make a lot of sawdust. And really the only place at scale that's utilizing this material is in Snowflake, about 130 miles away. So it's really not economically feasible to be moving our material over there. And they only can vacuum up about 15,000 acres worth of forest products a year. So as we're able to scale up to close to 40,000 acres a year of saw log capacity, we're lagging in that biomass utilization capacity. So we're working very closely both with sustainability, with Public Works and the landfill, with NAU. I mean, we've got all these partners at the table to try to figure out how can we break through and build some infrastructure on the west side of the forest to try to utilize this material. We know that this stuff's either going to burn in a wildfire, it's going to burn in a pile out in the woods, or we can possibly burn it in a facility where we get some sort of return on investment and emissions control out of it. So we've got some pretty powerful folks in our community that know a lot about this work, and we're excited where things are going. But as of today, we don't have an at-scale utilization of this material in the Flagstaff area.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad that we have you two, and that you're able to talk about this in a way that I can understand. So thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments from council? Okay, well, I think that's it, and we all thank you very much for your presentation.
One last thing, I know as soon as someday, I'm pretty sure the snow is going to melt. We're going to set up a tour. We're going to get you guys out of the woods. We're going to go see some of these operations when they're happening, and make sure you keep an eye out. We're going to set this up for sometime this spring or summer.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, moving on down to item number 12, public participation. Do we have any public participants?
Mayor, we do not.
All right. Informational items, 2 from Mayor, Council, and staff, and future agenda item requests. Let's start with Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to do a huge shout out to Scott Overton and Lyle. They were my snowplow angels last night, and I got to do a ride along, and it was a great experience. I would highly recommend it for all of council, and it gave me some knowledge for when my constituents talk to me and ask me questions, which happened first thing this morning. I could answer it with some knowledge, and having that firsthand experience really was beneficial. I got to see Mayor. We plowed her cul-de-sac last night, and saw some other friends along the way, and it was just a great experience. So highly recommend it. And thank you again to Lyle and Scott.
All right, Councilmember McCarthy.
Mayor, I don't think I have anything tonight. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Matthews.
I don't have anything at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Just immense gratitude for the streets crews and everyone who's been involved in clearing all of the streets and keeping the community safe. You know, this was a massive storm that we just saw, and the amount of work that you all have put into clearing the streets, keeping people updated, just letting us know what's going on, and trying to serve the community in that way is deeply impactful. We've seen some really powerful, I think, partnerships through this storm that I think are making a big difference in showing the community that we are very united when the time calls for it. And this is certainly one of those times. And so I'm just extremely grateful to everyone that's been working through this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember House. Councilmember Harris.
Yes, I just want all of us to just be thankful for the community that we live in. And then I'm gonna take a little bit of a point of private personal privilege here. And I'm going to shout out to one of our former police officers. He now works for NAU. And he came by my house and he said, "I got you." And he shoveled my whole driveway, my sidewalk all the way up. And he did not have to do that. But he said, "I got you." And I offered him money and he said no. But of course, you know me, that's not going to stop me from doing something for him. But anyway, Eric Greenwald, wherever you are, if you happen to ever be listening to this, you have my undying gratitude because I was not going to make it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, 2 fair items last week. I think I'll tap the brakes a little bit. Nothing new to add tonight. I just wanted to say I've been looking out the window here and watching an amazing amount of snowfall accumulate just over the course of this meeting, at least up here near the airport. And I just want to thank leadership and Mayor, you for the decision to go all virtual today. I think it was the right choice. I also got a text during the meeting that FUSD is canceling classes again tomorrow. I believe that NAU is going to be totally online and not in person tomorrow as well. So the snow continues. Thank you to leadership for the wise decisions, and thank you to staff for all the hard work. I'm going to take the opportunity during this recess to go shovel out a berm.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I have just a couple of things. Thank you to Mountain Line and to all of the residents and council members who went out to the Murdoch Center to talk about the civic space at their new downtown connection center. And open doors. So open doors, art in action. At the Episcopal Church, they often have really great art exhibitions about timely topics, and they've got one now, and it's more of a discussion and information sharing than it is an art exhibition. But it's called On the Verge, the Flagstaff Housing Crisis, and it's open now, and it goes until March 31st. And the next 2 First Fridays, there will be panel discussions, and our own council member, Councilmember Matthews, is going to be speaking on February 3rd, and on March 3rd, there will be Eric Wolverton from Habitat, Adriana Fisher from the City of Flagstaff, Housing Program Manager, and someone from Catholic Charities Housing for Hope talking about the new affordable housing development for seniors downtown. So if you can get to one of those, I hope that you will. It's really worthwhile conversations going on. And I also just wanted to give a shout out to Habitat because I believe it's next Thursday that they are going to be handing over the keys to their new tiny home to the resident who's going to be moving in. So congrats. And I don't know if this is a fair item, but it's definitely for future discussion. If we don't already have it scheduled, a discussion about parking requirements, however that falls into our discussion about zoning code and so forth. And staff, do you have anything?
I do not. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
All right. Thank you. So we are going to recess, and we will come back into session at 7 p.m. to handle the 2 remaining items under our regular agenda. So everyone go shovel, have dinner, whatever it is that you're going to do, and I'll see you again at 7 p.m. All right. Bye. So a neighbor told me that a snow grader broke down in front of my house during the council.
Mountain Line?
We do, but you can do it virtually.
True.
Yeah.
All right, Mayor, it is 7 o'clock. We do have a quorum present, so you can get started at your pleasure.
Great. So we are resuming our council meeting, and we are going to address items 10C and 10D. And I believe we have staff ready to lead us through this.
Yes, Mayor and Council, Sterling Solomon, your city attorney. This item is for you to ratify action of a previous city council based on information that was provided in executive session. But essentially that was authorization to initiate litigation. Obviously, because it was an executive session, I wouldn't be at liberty to share any more than that, other than to say this is to ratify that authorization given by a previous council. And that would be my recommendation that you do so. Thank you.
So can we take them both as one, or do we need to take them separately? Okay.
Right. I would prefer that, I think it would be best that you take them separately. And to do so, under the item, there's a staff recommended action. It would just be a motion to ratify a previous city council's instruction to myself and my office to initiate litigation against Desert Mountain Energy based on information provided in executive session. And then in the next item, it would be the same thing with respect to the Arizona Department of Administration.
Great. Can I get a motion? Councilmember Matthews? Oh, wait, hold on just a second. Kara, did you have a comment? I mean, Councilmember House, did you have a comment?
No, I can, Councilmember Matthews got it.
All right, so Councilmember Matthews, I'll have your motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see, where are we at? I move to ratify a previous city council instructions to the city attorney to litigate, against Desert Mountain Energy based on information provided in executive session.
Thank you. Councilmember House, would you like to provide the second?
I sure would. I'll second.
All right. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Now we'll move on to item 10D. Can I have a motion to ratify?
This is Councilmember Harris. I'll make the motion to ratify. Can I go ahead?
Yes.
Oh, I move to ratify the ratification of a previous city council's instruction to city attorney. No, that's the wrong one, right? We're at the next one.
We're on 10D.
10D. I move to ratify a previous city council's instruction to the city attorney to initiate litigation against the Arizona Department of Administration at all based on information provided in executive session.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
I'm
Aye.
in favor.
Aye.
Just for the record, this Jim McCarthy joined the meeting. And I'm a yay.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. So that wraps up everything that we needed to discuss tonight. Thank you all for reconvening so that we could attend to those two items. And this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you,
Sorry
Mayor
I
and
was
Council.
late.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Good night, all.
Good night.
Have a good night.